Where are we going? Is the thing working? It's not. One of these days, buying a 4K capture card, not relying on software. It'll be a thing. It'll even have so much more utilization. Alright, that should kick in here in a second. Today we're actually going to be getting rid of the gray box stuff. The goal of today is to remove gray box stuff from the main build and actually start getting all the stuff set up because we're getting close to the end of the summer. Time to start getting the vertical slice together. That's what we're going to be doing. Weird, it's still not streaming. Why? Yeah, come on, Nginx. Oh. There we go. Yo, hey Zones. Alright, so today it's going to be cleanup. It's going to be cleanup. We're going to get a lot of the stuff working. I want to kind of get habitation module stuff kind of working. Need to change the way the panels work for that. But yeah, so I've been kind of cleaning stuff up here in the main build. But I think I'm going to create some kind of UI bindings in C# for a lot of these kind of systems, and that way we kind of, import from that and kind of have a class that a designer we can kind of change things, but they must bind to the same kind of values. So I'm going to remake this. We're going to go into systems. We're going to kind of I'm going to try to work quick today. We're going to get stuff done real quick today before we go any further. So let's yeah, so to log in UI, instead of login box, we'll make a whole UI just for the login system. Yeah, so let's get rid of this. Let's rename this the login UI. And then for the whole control, let's do the login UI. We're gonna add a script. That way I'll bind all the values that we actually need for the login UI. Okay, so we'll set that namespace. How's your day going, Zoes? I want to make sure that my Twitch is working as well. Should be. Yep. Is working. Okay, good. Username, password, login button, back button. Let's see. Now, do I have that theme? This panel is full screen anchored center. This is full rec. That is too high. So the minimum panel needs to be a little bit more. Alright, so then our login UI will work. And we'll have everything that it needs assigned to itself on the script. This way the login system, instead of having to need these, we can actually just reference the login UI and assign the, the login system shouldn't need to know anything about the UI elements. It should just do the thing that it's doing. And then be organized. But there should be a login scene. Which is this one. It has the login box. Which we're gonna just redo. Get rid of this old one. And then instead of all of these references, we're not going to define that. The login must have instead export value for login UI. None of this is needed. And then we can actually just check here to see. I'm going to return. Then we'll just on our login UI, our button login dot press. We'll be subscribed to the event. Login UI dot button back. Press. And what we want to do, we don't have our line input, but when this button gets pressed, is it? Oh, line it. Line it username text. Provide a password text. No, there's no, so this is all separated from this. If we want to add anything now, we'll have to login UI, like a reset password type thing. So now we just pick our login UI. Here. we're logged in and we have a token and we're good. And that looks all right. Or are we subscribing back to? Change the scene back to the online. Yeah, we wouldn't do this. Go back to me again. Yeah, we want to do the same thing here. Load character scene. We're not gonna do the pack scene reference. Load character scene. Because we shouldn't have any pack scene references in the login system. The scene manager should take care of that. Very good. Yeah, today's gonna require a little bit of cleanup. So that logged us in, but didn't change the scene. Because it's trying to launch scene main menu. Oh, it's called systems main menu. Yeah, I'm gonna do this for a lot of the systems. I'm gonna break stuff here pretty much to get it all working well. Change scene to multiplayer. Decent menu music? I know. Definitely decent menu music. Whose menu logged in? That's this one. Yeah, I've been having fun fix this. We now have the main characters in multiplayer on the systems project, and we can spawn in the real ships now. So it's getting a lot more immersive. Still got to do my FPS kind of like rewrite and a few other things for like the character bodies for the IK system to stabilize it a bit more. But overall, yeah, having the separate menu from a login, systems menu login is still fun. I think this can actually still be unique. The same scene, I'll just edit the scene on the server. But it's still just a main menu script. Oh yeah, it's custom. Systems, main menu online. It's gross. Yeah, I get why I made it that way though. Systems menu online is what I love. What is that in the code? Systems main menu. Systems main menu. Systems path. Team path login. Login menu. Okay, so once we're logging, we get the log. All that. Log menu. So, load menu online. We'll load our login menu. Otherwise, we'll get to character select. We also had to do our Newtonsoft JSON rewrite of all these login systems as well. Yeah, whatever. Let's just go from start. Switching scene to multiplayer. Systems, Universe Online, make sure it still exists. Oh, it's Universe Online Systems. I changed it. Get back as well. Yeah, we need to bring this up. Live in UI. And we'll need to know certain things. So we also need to do our patch notes stuff too. But access to patch notes API. I don't even know if we finished that. So is there rich text for panel ring? Text. I'm gonna put the whole thing on a main control. This is gonna be log in UI. And all the other aspects are going to be smaller elements that'll be just like inside it. Let's grab rich label. This looks to be our Patreon texture. Label handle picture Patreon. What about those? I love this new thing. It's showing us that stuff is out of date. It's so good. Right, so our rich label updates, handle. Oh, is there another handle? Okay. Yeah, that one, that one. Okay. And then we don't really care about this other script that I was working on. Because we'll just use the scene manager to determine where we need to go or what we need to load, depending on the state. Account manager GitHub. And then set our handle to be our account manager handle. A lot of the stuff that we're doing here, we would do in the other one. It's getting warm. I think we can make the account manager get updates. Mm. Or I have like a web updates. Oh yeah, so the account manager can do that. Yeah, let's do web updates. Yeah, let's do that. I think it's updates. Create an HTTP request and we'll add it. And patch notes, I don't believe require a token. They might though, we private token. That way if we need it, I think we need a in sodium. Is there a patch notes API? There is. And it's called patch notes. Not using it. Yeah, maybe it should be called patch notes instead of updates. I think so. It's actually changed up. Yeah, 'cause that's what it was going to be. And then similar to the account manager. Yeah, if we have a token, we'll send it. Very similar to what we're doing. And then we'll send our token. So we might have to. Is that the JSON Mutant one? It is the Mutant one. I have actually worked on some of this stuff. That's awesome. We have a message and we have a success and we have our patch notes, which is our list of patch notes. And that's going to be an array. And I think we don't need collections. I think that's more actually as a good collection. Oh, maybe not. Not picking the same thing. Collections. And in patch notes data, we have an ID. Text. And then we have our notes. Which of you think of? Note. Which have an ID in the text. And this is our public list of notes. That's our hierarchy of the response. So we should be able to bind, just like we're doing with our habitation. We should be able to do this. Patch notes and proceed. And to be able to bind this with counts. Alright, so when we run get patch notes, we'll take that and do our thing, and we'll just add patch notes to the account manager. And then through our UI, if we're online, let's do account patch notes, get patch notes. We'll see where we go with it. Because I really don't like having that placeholder text in there. Anyway, response. Okay, let's launch the project from the VS Code. I'm gonna launch main as if we're playing the full game. Alright, so we should have got patch notes back. Right, this is our list login UI. Right, there's our account manager. From our account manager, we should have our patch notes manager. And our response is null, so we did send a request, so let's go forward. And see if we get the response back. Alright, let's get back out of the iteration. Hey there, good luck, have fun with this project. How's it going, Scar? Welcome, welcome. Adding patch notes things. We stepped out of this. Get back to out of the schedule. Wait a second. Wait. Let's not. Let's actually do that. Log in. Get our patch notes. You're doing well. Hope things are good. Yeah, great. So today is going to be a very special-ish day-ish. I'm kind of doing a little bit of backlog, a little bit of cleanup, but on the systems project. But check this out. Just ignore like how jank this is for the time being. There's methods to my madness. So I'm actually going to get the main character models and the main ship in the multiplayer build, so I can get that to the Patreon folks very quickly. So check this out. So look, I am now, well, right now I just had the female character in, but totally fine. So now the characters are a lot more detailed. Right, so I'm actually using the all the IK and everything's working. Looking a bit more fine. It's actually, I didn't know what I was going to do with the, remember how you could pick a color? So instead I'm just changing the color here on the mesh for the time being, just as a test. But anyway, now, when we go and spawn in the ship, it is now the full ship. There's a few more lights. It's not as instantaneous. It's not as optimized. But now, if I do what I did yesterday, right? This is now using the big boy, more detailed version of the ship. So as a part of getting the vertical slice together, getting better graphics is still important, so we can showcase things. Everything else is the same as what I showcased yesterday. It's just getting the yeah, so I'm just getting things ready so when we actually put the so so that's pretty much the the idea of what I'm doing today. But I'm gonna get the patch note stuff in. Because remember how I was saying the bug reporting feature, like from the main menu, like doesn't work, like that type of thing. That type of stuff, you know what I mean? That's kind of what I'm kind of focused on today. Just clean up of sort of things. Because I want us all to be in the new station. I want to get the habitation module working. Got a few Patreon members yesterday. Grizzly? I don't remember the name. That could have been even you. I'm not sure what your Patreon ID would be compared to your YouTube name, but with more people, joining the project, it's time to kind of get things working. So yeah, being able to be, the final art version of the characters is kind of cool. And it's, like I said, it's going to run a little bit sluggish. None of the stuff's optimized, it's, but, where's the other guy? Oh, wait, where's the other ship? Oh, over here, on the wrong side. Hello, character. Hi, Squink. See, look, we have the characters in the game. In multiplayer. I gotta get my real rifle and my real, my actual real items in the game, but, so what's gonna happen over the next few weeks is all the NPCs will soon be real. I need to spend, I'm going to, Squink, I think on the next Patreon payout, I'm going to pay to have these characters also fixed, because they're not a bad idea. They're a lot lower quality than the main ones, but they might serve as really good NPCs, simply because they have less meshes, and they do have a spacesuit, right? So they do have like a full, like they might actually be a good solution, and they're a lot easier to fix. So I think I'm going to look into that. Yeah, iced coffee. Getting warm. Anyway, yeah, that's what we're working on today. We're just actually cleaning up some of this stuff. So we need to see if we're actually getting our patch notes back. Get the patch notes back, and I'll kind of get that format at a later time. Wait a minute. Yeah, so we want this to not contain anything by default, so that we know that this works. For updates. Allow following if true scrolls down to display new content automatically. Oh, can we do that on the text? That'd be awesome. Is that actually a thing with the chat? Allow follow? It is. Ooh. Okay, so yeah, so what we want is we want the get when we say get patch notes and when the patch notes gets received, when this happens and we get a response, we should be sending it to, oh yeah, we're not actually setting the token. Not that I think it matters. No, maybe it does. API, universe API, patch notes. Let's have the account manager. When the token has been set, oh yeah, we're just getting it from the account manager. And the account manager we're getting from the parent. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, gotcha. So our patch notes. We can actually just create a parent reference. Yeah, and then we can just send in. This is gonna be our account manager token. Yeah. And then when we get this response back, we're going to stop right here and we'll see what the response is. Because it should have this value. We should be able to see what that value is. And this should work online, here, password. Wait. Why is the login? What did the login you add here? Yeah, we should be getting this. Request response. So this is not calling. So we're calling get patch notes. Oh yeah, and we're not worried about the token anymore. We'll use the account manager. Then we won't worry about it then. We're always pulling their token from the account. Oh, not what I want. Main. Yeah, because I would like to get this response on. I'd like to actually have it so when you launch the game, all the updates of what's happening in the game are there. Right, so here we're getting back our patch notes response, which is still null at this point, but it's being set. If I step forward, so if we put a watch on this, and then we step forward, we should have our response. And this should be, so we have our patch notes coming down from the API. We have our list of patch notes, right? First patch note being Unforgiven Systems, version 2.4.4.29. These are the individual notes themselves. Random doodad has been added with an ID. So this is really primitive, but now it's actually working. Now we can iterate through those patch notes then and kind of add them to the UI. So we just need to cache the patch notes to the patch notes node, and then whenever we get patch notes, we'll return pretty much a copy of the patch notes response, maybe like formatted for the game to be displayed. But really, we should do yeah, I like that more. Let's do so the response is a wrapper class, but the patch note data isn't. So let's make an array of patch note data. Because that's what they'll be. I don't look at patch notes. And the class is called patch notes. It could be a manager script, but I don't think it should be called a manager. Yeah, we'll just call it notes. No, because notes are a sub of a patch. Well, call it patches. Yeah. Yes. Oh yeah, it has wheel list. Then we'll get set that. We can get unpublic. So we'll pull patches from the patch notes system, and then we can iterate over them, go through each of the patches, and then for each of the patches, each of the notes, and we'll just display the data. So if this is null, because it should be empty by default, so it'll work. So this will be the response patch notes. Alright, so then this will be complete. We might need to eventually like query a bunch of stuff so we know like when that's being requested, so we don't like try to. I could just make a wait right now where it'll just kind of wait before it tries to display the patch notes. But I can make a subscription here too, like we can make an event that we can listen to so that when this is complete, it'll invoke. Oh, thank you so much. Why is that so good? Let me grab one of my milk bowl things, my bobbers. Anyways, whenever we're getting our patch notes. See your luck, I've never made nice coffee before. Oh. Ah. Cool. So now we can on our logged in UI. Is online. We're gonna run. We gotta wait it, but I think. We could subscribe to the request itself, so when the request is done, we actually pull the. Yeah, let's do that. And then what we can do, because we can subscribe to this on request completed, being completed. After that's been done, we can pull back the patch notes. So on the so before we get the patch notes, we can do our account patch notes dot request dot request completed. And we'll do get patch notes. So when that happens, I don't care about the data though. Yeah. Let's do a null, like a lazy bind. Like when this is completed, and we've requested our patch notes. It does not take an argument. I think I'm just finding them. Use a lambda. Okay, fine. Let's do it our way. And let's say patch notes. Let's make a single public. Signal public. Okay. Wait. Okay. On get patch notes. Event handle. And then when this is done and it all works, yeah, we'll just omit the main dot and get patch notes. Have a good string. I'll pop back to the Underdark. Oh yeah, thanks again. So that's what we'll do. We won't worry about this delegate finishing. Then we don't need to expose, obviously, this request. We don't really want to post the HTTP request. Think about it. Yeah. Yeah, so this will all happen. It'll subscribe to the request being completed for itself, and then when it does its thing, it'll emit the on get patch notes handling. And then all we'll do then is we will subscribe to the on get patch notes our own get patch notes. And that's when we'll actually do the thing. And we'll actually update the UI. Oh yeah, so good. Yeah, so in this case, if we have our label updates, I'm going to say where patches. You're having your patch notes. Mm. Oh, right. Oh, yeah, right. We can just actually grab it. Yeah. So, yeah, we already know this is done, so we can just actually do it for each. Patch. Can't manage your patches. We are going to. And I wouldn't mind actually not put that patch note data. Yeah, just so we know what we're dealing with. Label updates. Text. Add. Type in text. Here's what plus equals. Patched out. D. Text. And then for each, if they exist. And we want to make sure in our binds that this list of patch notes, this should be like there should always be some data for the notes. Okay. And let's see if we get all the data from the API. So here we have the data in sodium somewhere. Right, so we send that request to the API patch notes API. There's our patch notes. Right, if we log into the game, nothing. Okay. So when are you on? Maybe, oh, maybe the update label is not defined. No. No, it is. So is that? Oh yeah. Wait. The account manager patch notes. Get patch notes. So we had to subscribe to the event. Hey, when we get the patch notes, go ahead and update our UI, and then tell it to go ahead and update. It's a review, password, login. Look at that. There's our updates. Unforgiven Systems, version 24, added random doodad. So, you know, not a massive improvement. I'm not formatting it or anything. All we care about is that it works. Right, we can log in. I want to do on this scene the error reporting as well, because I have no idea where that went. It used to be here, and but you know, it's good to kind of get those features working again, like once they're logged in. Because I have no, yeah, really weird error reporting. There must be another scene. Like another menu. Right, because there's like this one. Oh, it's the character customization. It has the bug UI. Oh, yeah, because we never actually get to the character customization. I kind of turned it off. So when we're logged in by before, we used to go to character customization by default. And yeah. But instead, we want the system menu to have the because there's the server UI, and there's the bug UI with the reporting of the bugs. So the whole bug UI system needs to be moved over to the yeah. So here's the bug UI system, and this is fully independent. Looking for our account manager. It's got all of our events. Cool. Okay, cool. So we should be able to take our bug UI, add it to the system's main menu when we're logged in. And I'm only going to put it here for the time being, just to kind of get it working. So the bug UI on start should hide itself, I'm pretty sure. Does it do that? Yep, does. Bug window, hide. Yep. And so the submit bug button, I just have it like kind of floating there. Yeah, that can actually be layered like that. I think that's fine. But I think we'll put the submit bug down in the bottom corner. We'll say we want this thing. This button kind of just everywhere. Yeah. So we want to do the layout. We should switch to anchors, and then we'll do bottom left. And then we'll do bottom left with an offset. So I think we can now do custom maybe I'll just leave it down bottom left. Yeah, because I hate chatting about this stuff, and then like you go to show it off, and you're like, none of it works, and you're like, wait a second. Right, so now we log in. Now we're at our main menu. Right, once logged in, I can now submit a bug. Brad, your game is not done. 404.jpg. And we're going to submit the bug, and the bug has been reported, and we're going to go into the universe database. Okay. Right, so in our reports, Rab, your game is not done. 404.jpg. Right, so now we can I still gotta do some sanitization, but hey, at least I know, you know, ID2 is yeah, so we're getting the in-game bug reporting working again. Close this, I think, maybe. Yep. Yeah. And I do want to be able to, we want to be able to get our Patreon status from the API as well. So does the yeah, so this works. And so we'll organize a lot of this later. Then we have our logged in UI. We need to actually change the other things we want the logged in UI to do. Our account manager should also have the Patreon manager. And we should be able to tell if we are a Patreon or not. And if we are, yeah, I guess I could just match by handle. Yeah, because I need to convert these over to the Newtonsoft JSON library and actually like organize the way we pull in the Patreon data. So we're not working with all these variants. Anyway, that's not important right now. Let's get the UI working. It's like the whole point of doing this was actually just get to a level. There's the bug window where I can actually set the... Yeah, that's the thing that sucks about bug windows. It's like its own control. Let's put the bug UI up here. There we go. So had testing. So let's add button character. And we'll say edit change character. We'll set our theme. So we want enter space. Let's go bind this. Button enter space. And let's make an export group of buttons. Let's do button exit as well. Button back. Universe. Oh, it's just space. Okay, okay, that makes sense. No, I didn't hit live. Asteroids hollow test? What was that? Oh, the asteroids. I'll use the washroom. I can be right back. The window open. Hmm. What else do we want to add to this? Let's try something. Where is my UI? Menus. We do a menu scene. Oh, getting older now. Yeah, menu scene button would be great. Just a little kind of a decorator prefab that I can just drag in and stick the scene name on it. Then I'll just do it for testing purposes. Or if I don't really care about holding the reference, we could even just look for it when we click the button. We could just say if get null or null main manager. And we can turn this into an expression body. And now we have a stupidly simple menu button system. Or if I want to, literally, we don't really need to do anything specific. We can just take any random button that has a theme already defined on it. Save it under our UI elements. So prefab, UI elements, UI buttons, called a scene button. And this scene button. We won't even give it any placeholder text. Hello? You know what? That's what it can be. It doesn't even need to be a menu scene button. It can just be a scene button. Yeah, it's like super stupid. And what we can do, yeah, so it'll have a default theme on the prefab. And I can just say what scene name we want it to be. We're in a scene manager. So if I want this one to be hab testing, instead of like doing anything, I just want to, if I just want to like quickly throw in one of these, I can delete hab testing completely, and instead grab a scene button, throw the scene button in, call it hab testing, set the scene to be hab, call it hab button hab. And that just tells the scene manager to just go there. Okay, and now we're in HAD testing. Obviously, for things ready to be logged in or whatnot, you know, but just for simple UI stuff, we just want to like, I want to just drag in a couple of buttons for things on systems that we're working on. That works way better. Makes it super easy. Not over engineered, but we're not creating lists of weird things and the state can just be on the button. Right? As a HAB button, maybe, or a scene button. Makes total sense. Right, like so change character, right? All we have to do is go down here. Quick load HAB. Scene button. And just be like, we're going to character. Then we don't reference that. And we don't have a thing for that. That's fine. That's where we get into the scene. And then this scene manager will eventually tie to a scene resource. And then we'll just kind of organize this. But I kind of want to just hard code some of these in for a time being. We'll clean it up later. I just don't want to have any pack scene references that are loading in things that don't need to be loaded in. I'm pretty sure it's called character. Systems character. Get him, yeah, good. This works. Yep, I like this a lot more. So then I can kind of make quick iterations. And then this. Then we don't worry too much about what we want to have in the UI, other than the hard code stuff. So this logged in UI can be saved now. We have the panels. And then this menu inside itself. Like we shouldn't need these scene references. This was stuff from way before item port testing. I'm gonna clear this. And then this can be simply moved out of here. Good. Yeah, this makes it so much easier for me to just go and like add a bunch of these scene buttons when we're actually just testing stuff, but still hard code the main ones. Their back button, their exit button, and the interspace button that brings us into the game. Rigid body, advanced NPCs should be on there. Yeah, I can have those now in blue. Go on the main menu. I wonder why the AAVV of that ship was so doesn't scale like the other ship. It's weird. Does this not have any components on it? Oh, there's another one of those. Maybe not. Yeah, we're gonna make the missile can be an optional thing as well. Make that optional. Yeah, because the system menu logged in. Do we have a way of knowing? We should know what our Patreon claim is, though. Is our Patreon manager? I think oh yeah, no, the account manager actually knows if you're a Patreon member or not. Get user information. Yeah, when we log in. I thought I just had like a very simple. Load character rather than line. When we log in, and then we get info with that token. So when we send to identity, no, that's just the issuer. That's just the token data. To account. We do have a Patreon ID. Now, whether it's active or not. So, yeah, so account manager should be able to pull in the handle and the Patreon ID from account. So when we're pulling, where are we setting handle and user ID? Here. The login system is doing it. Oh, so we're not actually doing a query for user data? Why? We're not. Where are we calling get user info? Nowhere. Yeah, this should definitely be ported over in the new sub.json. Yeah, we could just create a new web each time. Yeah, let's do. Can we just temporarily make up this? And add it to the trial. Subscribe to the request response. That's completed. Yeah, there's not really much here we actually need right now. It's just being really fast. I'm trying to delete that. Yes, let me have our account request completed. Full account information. Why do you get request information if we don't have a token? Otherwise, we're going to make a new request on the fly, subscribe to the event, and then do the request. And then it's going to be cleared and reset anyway. Yeah, so let's do on login or on our post login UI. Let's actually do account that get user data. And then we'll actually see if we get this happen. This will be the object, but we're gonna watch it right here. And we'll just see if we get back my Patreon ID. Because I should get, as long as I get the Patreon ID, then I can show the Patreon logo. Alright, so our response. Yep, there we go. So we have the Patreon ID. So if we have a Patreon ID, we don't have a way of telling the since or when the Patreon was last updated, because it was over a month old, you know, since it was last updated. We should probably like just check. So we have to connect again, but I will be right back. Hey, Johnson! I literally just got back from using the washroom. How's it going, Johnson? We're doing some interesting things today. We're doing Patreon linking crazy API stuff. How was your stream? So this is the boring stuff. Audio. Do we not have any audio? How's it going, Gummy Worm? So for those that are just tuning in, ignore my debugging that I'm currently working on. I'm working on a game called Unforgiven Space. It is a multiplayer space game. We do have audio. Oh, the U's got stuck on blendering. Need an art director, apparently. I know an art person. How's it going, Red Cabin? How's it going? Yeah, let me show you. I close out the test project, close out my debugging. I'll kind of show you. Right now, we're just kind of like working on data. I'm trying to get everything ready for fully working vertical slice. So I've been adding in-game bug reporting. So in-game bug reporting, trying to get all the Patreon stuff kind of working just on the test server, and you know. So let's pop in. I'll kind of give you an idea what this game is all about. Just as a kind of a, you know. Because we have multiplayer. Oh, Jotson, let me show. What do you guys want to see? Do you want to see kind of like the general gist, or multiplayer? So here's an empty test scene that I'm kind of playing around with. Over the last few weeks, we've actually been working on this cool hospital module. So you know, so there's like literally 40 hospital rooms and 24 surgery rooms. Overkill, but it's meant for testing. See like how crazy we can make some of the stations. You know, this is using Godot's like LOD system, so I can go all the way out and come in, you know, until it, you know, initially loads in, and as we come all the way in, we'll kind of slow down, and we can go from very far to not so very far. And every one of these rooms is fully every one of these rooms is modeled, so they'll have props and little things. Let's hit play and I'll kind of show you here. Need to not have two versions of the game running though. So this is like Unforgiven Space. This is my little kind of test character, fully working. We're in a little test world. The idea of the game is there's many couple of things. You're just a space trucker. You're buying and selling cargo, or you're moving cargo, you know, around from A to B, you know, kind of going all over the place doing your thing. Got some social things we can do. Just right, we can buy items that go into our little apartment building. So I can, oh no, have I, oh, you know what? I bet you I've renamed my economy project, and now it's messing everything up. Oh, so that'll be a problem for future route. So let's go and open up the door here. Oh my god, why is that? Why is this one rigid body, for some reason, has unlimited force? I don't know why. It has no weird setting, right? It's totally, you know, all other rigid bodies are stable. For some reason, though, the warp drive, she's a heavy boy. Extremely heavy. Let me not break this again, but very cool. Yeah, let me actually just kind of jump in. So, you know, the idea is all items in the game are physicalized. You can take off any item, you know, put on any new items. You know, you can interact with all the ship systems. We can kind of jump in. So I do technically have a warp drive attached, just for like showing you. I've seen what happens when I object Oh, I see what happens when one object has another and it's masked, but the opposite. Oh, okay, okay, gotcha. How's it going, Oliver? So this is a game, right? We can kind of fly around, we can go from station to station, but head over to this other navigation marker. There should be an NPC here. Where's the other nav marker? Let me find the other NPC. There he is. We can target him. But he has his own little render texture. Right, so we have missiles working. I can use the new missile camera. So we can do this. Kind of launch them off the roof. And bang. Shields are now working. The shields work, but the visuals are only working in compatibility mode for some reason. I got to figure out why the shader is not doing what I want it to do. For the actual weapon systems. But at least it is calculating the the vector that we're actually hitting the colliders and applying the damage to the shield base, even though I'm not visually seeing anything right now. And it will destroy the shield and kill the ship. They're just really beefy right now. And the enemy ships, this enemy ship in particular, doesn't have any logic on it. It's just meant to be targetable. Alright, just destroyed. Becomes a piece of salvage. Salvage is like pretty much some 32 pieces of the original ship that you can kind of grab and throw aboard. But yeah, and what's new? I can actually go and we can jump now. So we have a warp. We can warp forever. The idea is warp just keeps increasing in speed, and it's non-rigid body based, so it's a lot easier to deal with in multiplayer. And while you're in warp, you're warping space-time around you anyway, so there's no worries about collisions and things like that. And we're kind of loosely using our sensors for proximity checking, like just distance based. These are the things that are around you. This is so that you can't actually kind of bang into something. Only when you kind of come out of warp will it be something to have to worry about. So we can buy cargo, we can throw it on the ship, we can bring it from point A to point B, we can do missions, we can kind of a lot of the stuff is working. I'll show you guys because what I was working on over the last while was like details, like rescue missions in my game are just taking a ragdoll NPC, putting them into a little medical compartment and just bringing them to one of these surgery stations. It's not a very complicated gameplay loop. It's just when you die as a player, you need a place to spawn. So we spawn you in a little habitation module, like in the hospital. Oh yes. Let me actually show you. Let's go back into the other project that I was just working on, and I'll show you what works here in multiplayer. So Jotson, pick a color, any color that you want. I just want to. I'll give you just the kind of the quick. Jotson's gonna be orange. So yeah, let's just run this. Okay, so. Alright, so we are going to. You gotta forgive how dumb a lot of this stuff is. So I'm just gonna host and just become server. Is this where we start running into... oh, because I'm running a billion copies already? 1 second. Universe scene, net client. Showing things off, it's ironically funny when you're in the middle of refactoring a whole bunch of stuff, and you need to show it off. Things don't work. All right, so I'm now the server. I'm going to log in as Jotson, and Jotson is going to be orange, as an example. Can I go with this type of orange? Okay, so here I am. Here's the player. Everything is synchronized. All the weapons are synchronized. All the components are synchronized. I, as Jotson, can bring up chat. Be like, hey, chat with Jotson. Hi, Jotson. I'm the server. Right? That all works. Right? So we need to we want to go play with Jotson, right? So Jotson is going to come over here, hit O, spawn in Jotson's ship. So as the server, we're going to go, I want to actually go and show you guys. So we're going to observe from the server, from the host perspective, what's kind of happening. So here's Jotson. You can see Jotson. Jotson's going to jump into his ship. He's inside his ship's physics grid. You can see Jotson interacting with the seats. You can see the seat animations fully working. You can see Jotson getting in the ship. You can see Jotson starting up the ship. You can see Jotson's weapon systems and ship component systems being fully online and synchronized, including all the little jank because they're terribly rigid body right now. We're going to take off and we're going to head over here and turn around and we're going to wait for Jotson because we're going to do like a little crappy mission together. So here we are, and there's the ship, and there's 100 NPCs being synchronized right now just for, you know, throughput testing. So I'm going to jump into my own ship, which is the server. I'm going to go and get ready and take off, and let's go visit Jotson. Alright, so Jotson's there, he's playing the game, everything is synchronized. You know, we can vote together, head over to, let's see, let's go to comm. Where's the comm? Let's go play Shut the Comm down. So let's go meet, we'll meet over here at this comm. I want to kind of, we won't go in yet, I just want to kind of, you know, we're just going to kind of fly around here and show off some things. That's great. Yeah, so let's see, there's... Are you using standard? Yep, I'm using standard multiplayer stuff. I've been playing around with a lot of weird crap for prototyping purposes, but I haven't, I don't have time to right now to kind of change the multiplayer API of Godot to do certain things that I need it to do for the future. So I won't go too crazy with it. But yeah, so here we have both of the ships. Now I can get out and kind of get into the ignore the lack of gravity here. Yeah, I'm just gonna put that. Alright, so here you can see my player going in here to shut this down. But I'm gonna show off a few more things first. So yeah. So let's show off multiplayer warp. So I'm just gonna watch the server. And the server is going to head over here towards this horizon, get lined up, take off, and yeah. And you can actually see he's still in the world. He's still being synchronized, albeit loosely. And, you know, he's doing his thing. He's getting faster and faster and faster. He's able to, you know, go around in the system completely fine. We're just warping, and it's, you know, stable. So we're going to get far enough away. Just going to kill it. But burn out that speed. I'm going to turn around, just going to go back and you can see him coming at you. Wait, this was a distance. Anyway, so a lot of the core stuff is working. I think I was, where was I? Oh, over here. No other ship. Alright, so just getting like the playground kind of working is kind of, you know, the only thing I care about right now. So there's other stuff that I was prototyping, Jotson, nothing that's like too weird. Like I don't like the fact that the multiplayer system in Godot is one singleton. So in Godot builds, so I got around that by creating this replication system, kind of totally cloning what SC is doing. So the idea, every one of these little shards are, you know, Godot standard servers. Thanks for the follow, Redbox. So if I run a few of these, shards, right? All of their replicated properties are just bound over a combination of TCP and UDP. It's like literally built on top of sockets. So I made this little system where I could create, like kind of a way of taking another Godot server, simulating a whole bunch of crap, having that simulation be continuously pushed to a replication layer, right, that can be fed into other clients. And this way, even if you kill said replication, and you decide to, restore it, it just works. And it'll go and, bring in another one of those, right? It'll create another set of entities, and it'll ultimately, stay in sync. And really the only way of killing it, if you think about it, is to, and this is very, 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 like, there's nothing complicated about this yet, but I want to kind of create a system where I could, like, take parts of space and subdivide it and kind of like, or take processes, like, let's say navigation mesh, costs are extremely high. Say it's really expensive to have a bunch of NPCs moving around doing something. But as far as a player is concerned, it only really needs to see them, like think like NPCs that are at a station, or like ones that like are kind of a part of the level, but like, aren't necessarily interactable, right? There's no reason why I couldn't scale that into some type of microservice of sorts. So anyway, that's some playing around with multiplayer stuff, that I've been messing around with, just to kind of see, where things go. But that's like the project. There's a lot to my. Where are we? We're in the good side. Let's go back into the main project. And I'll show you some more of the gameplay loops, even though they're very basic. Right, so these are some. You saw the medical station, which is not too complicated or like appealing right now. It's just but it runs quite well. So the other one is a prison module. So if you're bad in space, we got to put you somewhere. So I created a prison factory system, and this all really ties to the economics of things. If we go into prison testing, so this is kind of what happens if you're a bad player and you get like, you get killed with a crime stat. Right, so you wake up in jail. We gotta stop running two different versions. So you wake up, you're in jail, you're in a fully automatic, like a factory system. So, the whole thing is controlled by AI turrets, right? It's an automatic system. So the idea is that, you're told prisoner 542, please head to processing. So you have these laser pointers always, making sure that you're aware that, you can be shot at any point, killed. And these will be all throughout the prison. Right now, this is it's only lit with a mission. I don't have any lighting because I'm just working on the gray box of things. The prison yard, how I want the flow of things to go. Like, I don't want to use any elevators. I want to be able to kind of have turrets so that, players can't really, escape the line of sight of things. And that brings us down to like the hint of, what the player is going to end up expecting, which is this wonderful little kind of a mini game, which is not meant to be fun. This is like a little, ship factory, and the ship factory is actually doing repairs on components. And what you're doing pretty much is repairing components that spawn in and come across and then despawn. So it's like a tack welding mini game that gives you merits, and those merits are used to get out of jail, like after, a small period of time. But if you're paying attention, and you realize that everything in my game is economic, like everything is economic, then if, as an example, this station, has a prison module attached to it. So if we have a big station, we have a prison module attached to it, then its output, commodities that it's actually producing is going to be the ones that are part of that selection of the items that are being spawned. So in other words, if you go to jail and you pay attention to what you're working on, those items are kind of what's produced there. So that way, you know, if you were to go back there, if you kind of just randomly got killed and you spawned here, and you kind of, you know, you left, and you kind of, you know, if this system was high in crime, right, and which would mean there were a high number of virtual inmates, then its production would be high. So having each module, the idea creates an economic supply and an economic demand. So like this station would want argon gas and would want metals and would want, you know, specific types of metals depending on what it's manufacturing. So when you're like buying and selling goods in the universe, everything is systematically tied together, both visually and like gameplay wise, because I think that's kind of important. So anyway, those are like you know, just some of the things. I'm trying to get a lot of these principal gameplay loops, you know, just working, you know, in a gray box sense, so I can try them out and see how fun they are. Because the quicker you find the fun, you know, the faster you can iterate on that and be like, okay, players like that. That seems like something they enjoy, and then we could just move on, you know, to continuing to kind of be fine-tune that. Yep, so that's the game, and let me give Jotson a shout out. And I'm also going to give one here to Wallaber and Red Cabin once we get back to it. So that's what I've been working on anyway. Right now it's been getting multiplayer actually working with the final art pieces. So this is what like I started working on today. And then when I started working on it today, thanks for the tour, you've been busy. I'm always busy. I'm running out of time, Jotson. I'm going back to work soon. I'm going back to work early because we need to set up a bunch of like stuff, and it sucks. I just want to work on game dev, but so check it out. Now I'm this version runs really slow, but when I'm running the main test project, I have to close out the other one. There's too much crap on it. And my NDI keeps freaking out when it runs out of GPU memory. Come on. Give me some frames. You can do it. Give to me the frames. No, it's gonna be stubborn. Be fun. As I say, when I'm not what's really funny is a friend of mine who has the same specs as me can run multiple versions to client, and it runs flawless. And for some reason, with my own PC, it's very situationally weird when I'm actually running like different, like 2 or 3 different builds. They like run at some really slow FPS. And it's situationally, like now it'll run fine, right? And then I'll join in. This might actually be a me problem. Yeah, this one actually might be a me problem. It is a me problem. Oh, okay, because I'm not finished setting up the ship. Everything is not quite synced, and it's freaking out because it's trying to find the ship console. But anyway, now I'm using the main character, or one of the female variants of the main character. I can still spawn my ship in. Everything still works, but this time we're in multiplayer with more of the final art assets. Something's still missing. I'm still kind of setting them up, but I wanted to make it, you know, this week playable with some of the final assets, so we can actually, like, you know, see each other as more than a gray box, and start getting things kind of streaming and loading in and out of existence. And I really want to start, you know, spacing things apart, Because the beautiful thing about a space game is loading in, you know, like assets and unloading them. There's so much time to do that. You know what I mean? When things are so far apart, that loading in like a allotted version of an asset, so it's always present. And then as we get close, you know, kind of starting to bring in, you know, the actual like level, it should be possible. Whenever really, you know, it's not like we're really, you know, everything is far enough that, you know, we shouldn't really be seeing a couple stations. Yeah, so this will be really cool in multiplayer. Next on the roadmap is going to be item spawning. So like item spawning in multiplayer. It won't be like weird. It won't be like you won't be able to like both tracker beam something, right? Only the person who buys the item or who spawns the item in will have authority. I'm not going to go and you know, in the final version, the server would have authority and we'd be RPCing in like kind of the tractor influence and kind of you could work together trying to tractor beam something. But just for now, we just, you know, when you interact with it, you kind of gain authority over it. And then they're all kind of synchronized. And I just want to make sure, like, once all the rigid bodies are like not moving and they're static, and you know, then we no longer need to synchronize the. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Yeah, it's fun. I haven't ran into too many roadblocks yet, which is good. The roadblocks have been mine. All right, back to work. Because I really forgot what I was doing. Going off again. Oh no, we were doing right. We want to get the Patreon API. We needed to know if you were a you know, a current Patreon of the project. And speaking of which, there's the Patreon link. If anyone's bored with the crazy amounts of disposable income, $5 and you get access to the builds, the test builds. The test builds are released as they need to be tested. So, you know, every few weeks, whenever there's something new, there's a build, and it just goes on Google Drive. Not the most effective system. But hey, you know, that's the goal, that's my approach. You know, will it be successful? No idea. But I think if I just keep pushing builds and getting player feedback, whether things are fun or not, the game will become, you know, based upon the consensus of those people that are supporting it, right? If other people are playing the game and they're like, there's some value to this and they're enjoying it, and they're able to play it together, and they're able to provide direct feedback of like the direction of things, and it works, then I think that's important. Yeah, so we just wanted to, on our login UI, get, yeah, I think I was literally, so on get patch notes, when we log in, we want to get user information, and when this is done, okay, good. I think we can store a lot of that. Because there isn't any other real account information other than their ID and their Patreon ID. That's the only thing on that endpoint. So when that response is pretty much done, you can actually just set their Patreon ID. And for, let's do an event. Let's do a single public delegate void suit on event template. This way, if we're just doing a throwaway web request, like if we're just throwing away a web request temporarily for this, because I want to actually see how well that performs. Like instead of having one web request and then having to do the response and then trying to figure out what we want like the return to be by trying to cast it or something. Let's literally just go ahead and whip one up on the fly, set our token, and then subscribe to our request completed. When we've updated that data, because we don't know how long that is going to take to happen, then we'll just emit our single, which will be our single name on account request completed. We'll say, hey, we've actually requested our account information for the first time. Cheap, what's up with the bots, man? Holy crap. Then we'll just emit that. And then this way, we'll just, every time this event happens and is completed, we'll trigger that our account request has been completed. So this way, if we have any UI elements or anything we want to like update, right? In our logged in UI, we're saying, hey, before we get that user information, let's actually go, so in our ready here, and bind to the on request, on account request completed, right? So we know that request field, just using all the names that are built in there. So when this happens, we can actually then, if we know we have an account, we know we've requested the information regardless of how long it's taken. We can then just be like, if the account, that patron ID, not I guess it's an int, so it can't be. Yeah, because it's an int. Oh. It's not 0. Then we know that our patron, and then we'll say that this is true. So we'll make it visible. And I'm just going to print out just like, hey, okay, patron ID. Just want to know what that actually is if we log in. We need to do our desubscriptions and stuff like that of this stuff, but the account manager is a singleton, but it's always running in the background. So let's go ahead and run. And I'll kind of wing it. We'll just wing it and see if it kind of goes. It already contains a delegate. For what? Right. What? Non-request completed event handler. Oh, there's non-request completed. This doesn't need to break. $33 and $94. Oh, the name of the delegate is the name of the function. Okay, okay. So on account retrieved. On account retrieved. Yeah. On account retrieved. So when we retrieved our account. Okay. And then on the logged in. When our account's been retrieved, we'll do our on account request completed. Do. So we go to online, we log in, and we log in, boop, and then ta-da, we are a Patreon. We're Patreon number 1891285. So now, today, we have patch notes. This will be all the patch notes coming in from Sodium, wherever I put in Sodium. It was running in the background for API testing. But anyway, we have all the updates. So added a random doodad, and we are a Patreon ID, and we can kind of now enter. And this time, we are using our account information. So what I want to be able to do is go to tab testing, which I think tab testing. Yeah, that should work. How's everyone doing today? What have you guys been working on? And for Wallaber, how's your game going? I'm gonna go through my give a shout out to Wallaber. Wallaber is like super inspiring developer. No line good. Trying to finish up release in September. Nice. Thanks for asking. Yeah, I love I really shouldn't be doing these huge large projects of mine, you know. You've made a ton of progress. Yeah, it's coming along. Project management helps. It just I don't like that I'm running out of time, so you know, just gonna work on it forever. Because like fundamentally, I know even though it seems a bit wild and outlandish, you know, as a Star Citizen clone, it's not really a Star Citizen clone. It's kind of like Sea of Thieves in space-ish. Things are never going to be that big and never, you know, like I have an agenda. I have a a roadmap. I kind of know how long it's going to take. I don't know how long it's going to take me to make everything. You know what I mean? But I know what needs to be done. So it's like I can't estimate when it's going to be done, but I know what I have left to do, which is something, you know. It's it's at least something. Why did that mean have testing? So I am an actual have. I'm a member. I should be able to spawn in my own hab and buy items to put into it. Apparently, don't have a habitation terminal fixed. Or what? I don't have the mouse cursor assigned. That looks good. Oh, wait. Panel 3Ds. Yeah, right. I changed every. Yeah, I remember now. I didn't hear it's panel 3D. I don't think name GUI input doesn't exist. I don't think I have to reset time. What is this? Non-GUI input. Oh yeah, no, it is panel U though. Weird, why is the cursor? Add customization. Habitation panel 3D. Oh, it's not. Okay. I have buttons. So viewport. Why don't I have these actually set? Okay. So if I interact now, it works. I love this new UI system I've been working on. It's so much faster. And it integrates perfectly, even uncontrollably, which is more important. Okay. So if I'm not logged in, I shouldn't see anything. And if I am logged in, we should see the habitation module that we can spawn in. So if we log in, and we are a Patreon member, and then I go to Hab testing, I should get one from the API called Rav's Place. If I unlock it, it spawns in. These are all the furniture items that I've already saved. Use the habitation module. So if we buy another one of these sofas, and we were to put it into the item socket, and then we were to lock it, aka despawning it. Now that should have sent the request to the API. That should have been updated. If we check, that I had, apparently not. Yep. Server, universe server. So let's see. So if we were in our habs, so there's here's Rab's place. So we should have 4 IDs in there now. Rab's place, our location. So if we were to go and spawn it back in again, yep, they're all present. Now if we go and get rid of them, and then we save it to the API. So let's go and lock it now and check the API. Now it should be null. And there's nothing online. So now if we go back and just relaunch the game real quick, log back in, we should have nothing in our hab. So we logged in, we have a Patreon, we have a patch notes. We're going to Hab testing, we interact with the Hab terminal, we have Rab's place, we unlock it, spawns in our empty Hab, buy a bunch of furniture items. So let's socket them into place. We'll do 1. And then we'll do 2. And now we're gonna, so we'll do it adjacent or cross. Now we're gonna lock it. And now it's gone and it's despawned. So we're gonna check our API. So that looks good. And let's spawn it back in again. Actually, let's quit the game, run it one more time, and then I think we're good. It's annoyingly a lot of work, but I'm so close to just having it so in the main station, players can just spawn in their hab, customize it, and it'll be persistent. Yeah, it works. Okay, good. So that's Rav's place. Oh yeah, I forgot I put that here. Put the little placard. Because what I want is on the main station, so I should be able to push all of this stuff live to the main build. And then on the station, you know, whenever you are a oh yeah, we gotta make sure that we're actually swapping out the prefabs from the existing to the new. Yeah, because it's going to be a full spawning of the new one, including the exterior. Maybe we should make a Yeah, we should make it do that now, actually. So let's create a habitation. So we have, this is our gray box habitation module. But we want a placeholder, right? One that is just going to be this, like just the model itself. Yeah, so let's do a new scene. Yep. Yeah, we're gonna call this one Hab 03 placeholder. I don't know if we need to really keep these references. Maybe the socket the habitation spawns in could have like. Just try swapping it up. So the node itself would be responsible for like spawning in a placeholder if nothing was kind of like spawned in. So I don't know if I want to call it. I'll call the scene a placeholder. Station modules, habitation module. Tab 03 placeholder. We'll put the model in there. We will compare it to the main one. So the main one is Z minus. First thing is this placeholder is like yeah, I guess that's fine. I don't like the word placeholder. We got to give it a different habitation module something. Right, this is the habitation module. We have a habitation module node, which knows if we want to spawn or. So the node itself will be responsible for like spawning in the placeholder. But it could also just have a pack scene, you know what I mean? And a node reference. Doesn't have to be a class, but I feel like it's, you know, NPCs are still going to need to use those things. Whenever the player hasn't taken over one. But we consider a habitation mod to be the Lakers version and not the actual. Yeah. But technically, it should be like a player habitation module. And then a habitation module itself would be like a default one that's not a player. Yeah, it's going to require like new refactoring. No, that's right. This is how it should be. Yep. Yeah, I feel like that's how it should be. This would be a player habitation module. Right? So it's a player habitation manager, which has our manager. We have the owner, which should be a good. We have the update method. And then a habitation module itself will be more. Will be the generic. And this will be a node 3D because we're not going to worry too much about the. We want positional data. So then on our placeholder, we'll have habitation module after I build. So these will be the like their model that is referenced will be the low poly, like the one that's just not used. Like there's no interior. Yeah, and then this, so we'll do monolithic furnace base, monolithic, stations, that base module. Won't even really need anything right now because we just want to use it. Oh, what's cool? So we'll use this for the NPCs. We'll use this habitation module, the default one, the non-player version of itself, to represent, you know, the ones that NPCs can use. Very important though that when we despawn it, we tell the habitation manager that we've lost one, so NPCs are no longer assigned to it because it's a player one. And I like that. And I could extend this for the player one so that they all share the same class, but also, yeah, NPCs shouldn't have anything to do with player habs. There's no real, other than them sharing the same asset, there's no code, you know, that makes them unique in any way. Yeah, we could do that. But then on a placeholder, habitation module, doesn't need to have anything right now. Yep, and what we can do yeah, I like having that pack scene reference in the habitation module itself. Might screw me up. So our habitation system has a multiplayer spawner for our habitation nodes. Yeah. So we technically we wouldn't worry about, yeah, because we wouldn't have to worry. Yeah, the default ones would just be kind of a part of the level logic and not necessarily about what's being synchronized. We just need players to know the state of the station. It doesn't need to synchronize any, you know, anything other than the list of references. So we have nodes. And these have nodes don't do anything other than keep a reference of habitation nodes. So like, this is the have scene that's using. I don't see a reference though with that. I don't. Yeah, we're just setting whether it's spawned or not. The habitation nodes don't maintain that state. The habitation system will have the pack. Oh yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, we can just have our pack scene here, so we cache and load it. So this will be the hab scene. This will be the player hab scene. Not player hab prefab. And then it's going to force me to change it. And so we just start the default. So we have prefab and our player have prefab. And our habitation system. Like me refactoring all this right now, it's gonna like break everything. I have seen these. Oh yeah, because it's player head prefab that instantiate. So we're already preloading both, but we're only preloading one of each in the manager. So instantiation should have no cost because we're already preloading each type. Yeah, so that's spawning. Let's rename this spawn player head, and that this actually create like a placeholder as well. So we're checking virtual modules where we can spawn a player head. When we're doing this and we find the node, we can actually kind of then kind of define. So on the node itself, the habitation module is the player habitation module. We're going to give it a regular habitation module as well. So this would be the player habitation module. And set spawn is going to take a player habitation module. But when it's not, we're going to kind of like load in and gonna break everything and make the code all spaghetti. So habitation manager has our API URL, getting our hab data. Set the player habitation module. Okay. Alright, so we clear it. And then we go ahead and for each hab node, we're setting the spawn to be null. Then we want to tell the hab node to spawn placeholder. Or we could do a spawn hab for the hab node. This will be the regular one. We'll give it a node reference, which will be a habitation node. So this way it can position and spawn in the regular one, but we need to, so this will be defined and be null by default. And it cannot, it gotta be either one or the other. There's either a habitation node there, or there's a player habitation module. One or the other. Is spawn is determined by the player habitation node, not being null. Setting the spawn is setting the actual player habitation module to the node. Yeah, I was trying to set add one player's is already this should be update. Okay. On a have based on habitation node. Yeah, so we're adding as a child. We should be inheriting all of the transform information of where that is anyway, I think. Let's just do GD to print, just a placeholder. And then we were trying to spawn in. You know, we're going to queue free it for the spawn when you have, and we may need to call deferred on that spawn, but that's fine. That when we're actually spawning in, our actual have, let's check. So here we're going to check for check for NPC regular vegetation. So we're just going through the nodes, checking to see if I have node to spawn, and continuing. So player already has the hab then, if that's the case. Then it finds one, so we're actually going ahead and spawning it. So we're actually, we'll check and see if the hab node, regular habitation module. That does not know. Then we need to actually queue free it. And I'll do it on the reference and then set the hab node. No. Or will that both queue free the node and the reference? Oh no, wait, yeah, we gotta set habitation to be null. So it queues it and removes it. If one doesn't exist. And I think a hab node for the habitation system. And ready. Let's do spawn. Spawn placeholders. So for each node in habitation nodes, if the node habitation node is no, I mean it should be, but I mean it could be defined in advanced. Then we're going to spawn hab for the node. We're iterating. Okay. For now, when we go into this testing, we should have a default. So there should be 2 habs in there, and when we I don't have one, so I can't do anything. I'm going to log into the game. I think what we should do is in placeholder. We'll make it editable, and we'll just go into these walls here, and we'll create an override material. Just so we know it's a placeholder. We'll make it whatever. It's like a metal, I don't know, maybe like orange or something. Yeah, it's cool. That works. Just so we know the placeholder is a little bit different. Now, in the habitation system, alright, so the player hab is going to be the hab module. The gray box and the placeholder. Okay. So these are 2 placeholders. Should be able to log in now and have spawned in 2 placeholders. And we should swap out placeholders as players are spawning in their own place. So these are all placeholders now. So we want to unlock Fab Spice. It should swap out. And when we despawn it, it should become not Fab Spice anymore. So we lock it. And then it should just work. Now, the issue is we have to synchronize the state of those. Because when that happens, when players are spawning in their own, like I think we're gonna get double. We're still gonna see the references of the placeholders. So if we, I think we'll just do like a. We'll see. I want to make it simple. I think even on the placeholders, we'll just give it like an ID or something, just some reference that we can synchronize across the level itself. So let's log in online. And we'll have testing. Actually, multiplayer in the corner. Yeah, that'll work fine. We'll try to unlock it again. Nope, but we already have it spawned, so we can't do it more than once. And we can despawn it. It becomes a placeholder. Yeah, so how do we want to synchronize? Maybe the node paths? Or we could RPC that action. Like spawning in the player hab and keeping it synchronized is easy peasy, but it's the collective despawning. But I'd have to build a custom spawn function, you know, and giving it a callable to be like, oh, when we spawn this thing, make sure we despawn the level object. Anyway, what's our uptime? Almost 4 hours. Okay. Yeah, that's going to be the issue. We need to get this working in the universe. So what's the deal? If we go to multiplayer, okay, so what? In the logged in UI, this multiplayer, yeah, I love this. This stupid, it's no scene button. Let's do universe. What is it? What is it in the manager? Solution manager. Okay. New manager. It's just multiplayer. Okay. Yeah, I want to get it to spawn in. The multiplayer spawn it. But I need to... You know what we could do? We could, yeah, we could totally... Because they're all going to exist in the level. We could do an RPC. And the RPC could be like, do it spawn and despawn, only on the server. And maybe we'll give it a node path. So it's a string. Something like easy to send. Okay, so online. I'll log in. So I will now host as the logged in person. Okay. All right. Let me. Oh, let me see. Yeah, instead. Yeah, we'll just host regularly. And then over here, there should be the habitation module. You know, I shouldn't see anything over here, which I don't. Okay. So I'm going to log in online. Okay. Now I'm going to go to multiplayer. And I'm going to join as Revere now that I've actually connected to the game. Now, on Revere's screen, Revere should see his own habitation module. So I won't see it because I'm not logged into Patreon. So I should see Rav's place. I should unlock Rav's place. Open. Okay, something's not set up on the nodes because it's not setting up the placeholder, so we need to let me go into the multiplayer. Oh yeah, okay. I haven't done anything here. Where was that scene? Right. So there's the habitation system. It needs a station. Got a station. It's got hab nodes. Oh, it doesn't have the prefabs. So hab O3 placeholder. And hab O3 gray box. Alright, and then our auto spawn list for the multiplayer spawner of the habitation system does have the gray box. Okay, so we don't need to make it editable. Yeah, that's fine. This habitation, oh, the habitation system does have its own vaccine again. So let's do both three. Placeholder. And over gray box. Okay. Right, so set it all up here. One, two, three. Okay, okay. Now take this. Now re-reference the station. And we'll see what we get. Multiplayer. Hey, it spawned. Guess we're gonna host. Right. So we're gonna go online over here. Now connect to multiplayer. We're like stuck. We're stuck unloading the scene. Oh, we're not like call deferring. Does the scene manager just not loaded us in yet? Removing children can be called this time. We won't have to call defer that. No, I don't want to run head customization. I have to run the regular. It must not be unloading the main menu. If you're the host, and I'm just doing multiplayer. Oh, but now none of us have logged in. Oh, thanks, Rad. Yeah, none of us have a hab. Me? We're still getting, like, what are we getting this from? Scene manager? 59. So on 59, a scene manager. Which is loading the menu. The workstation is going to be using the argument of name. Wow. Oh, get tree call the first. Oh, okay. And I can still do name of. So I still like doing name of because it makes I hate strings. I don't know why. Gotcha. Oh no, I can't actually use that. This doesn't exist in current context. Direct calling everything. Good enough now. Change theme. Get free. All to play. Change theme to 5. Thanks for the follow, Eugenia. If I'm pronouncing it right. What? Yeah, change theme to 5. God free. Free. God free. Get theme to 5. Another thing that we're doing. Theme tree. Yeah. I wish I could just do like hey, Captain. How's it going? I'm out of tokens for ChatGPT 4. Now I'm dumb again. Oh no. Yeah, that should be. What I do wrong? Yeah. See the file. Yeah, that should be a version. That's so weird. Why is that not working? Good. How's your day going, Captain Anosa? Or does it look like? Hit play, and we're doing menu first. That is such a weird. What do you mean this name or change scene? Call this deferred method. Oh. We can wrap it. Because it's not a method directly callable by call deferred instead of the creator. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Going well. I was up late watching Deadpool, then I woke up early and streamed. I rated in the two nerdy nerds and took a nap. Next thing you know, I'm here, which is awesome because I haven't seen your progress in a while. Oh, let me show you. Yeah, because we can do the call deferred here. Okay, let me steal some ChatGPT code and undo the change I just made, and I'll show you what I've been working on since, at least on the multiplayer side. Yeah, because it's system stop. Pick a color, Anosa. Pick a color. What? Okay, hang on. Got the Anosa. Can I put a hex in there? Hang on. Let's try that. Oh. Okay, so check this out. So if you haven't seen the last updates on multiplayer, right, I can now obviously move in, right? All my weapons and stuff like that are all working. We've seen this before. I can chat. Hey, there's Captain Anosa chatting away, you know, with the server. Right? Chatting back with them. Anyway, let's go back to Captain Anosa and let's come over here. Spawn in Captain Anosa's ship. Okay, so let's I don't know if you've seen any of this stuff, but I'll demonstrate it anyway. I'll keep demonstrating things until everything is perfect, you know? So you can see, here's Anosa. Anosa's gonna move the ship around. It all works. And we'll jump in. You can see Anosa interacting with the seats. You can see him pulling the, or her, I don't know the gender, but them. You can see them, you know, interacting with all the weapon systems. If I move over and see how the gimbals and stuff like that are working. Alright, now I'm going to take off. Right, and all good. So I'm going to go spawn in my own ship. And this is new. We can warp. Right, so like a lot of the conceptual stuff is coming together. But check this out. Let's watch this. Watch this. Oh. This is what you guys haven't seen yet. Watch this. I'm gonna go with. I'm gonna go with. Anyway, so that's multiplayer. Anyway, I'm trying to get habitation spawning working. So if you're logged in, this is awesome. I love space games in general. They're so complicated to make, so hats off to you. Oh, thanks. You mentioned you're a streamer. Let me give you a shout out as well. It's coming along. It's like everything. Takes a bit of let me take it. Let's go snoop. Take a look. Let's see what you're working on. Oh, I'm not I have not followed. Oh, we have with some C#. Oh no, let's convert C# to GD script. Oh no. Awesome. Yeah, so that's what we're working on. Getting habitation modules coming in. Yeah, so I had to create a wrapper class that would call it code. Yeah, that makes sense. So we can ensure that it. Thank you for the follow too. Yeah, I'm pretty new to game dev, so I've only made a handful of game jam games. Cool. I was new to game dev, but then I blinked and 2 years went by. Yeah, so this is fine. Oh, cashiers. Okay, those are no big deal. All right, so what do we have to do? Oh yeah, right. We're creating the wrapper class for the scene manager. So instead of change scene, we'll make a load scene. At this point, we're just passing something off to itself. This is variable. Yeah, because we're not really, we're still changing the scene. Oh, I need another name. Oh no, we'll just do change scene. Maybe. Yeah, maybe we'll just call this one split chain and this one chain scene. And as long as that refactored everything, we'll be okay. Let me check the button. Switch scene. Yeah, that'll work. one is just gonna do this. What? I don't need it. I just want an expression bladder. Thanks. Want to tell the bird the name of switch theme. No, but that'll work. Let me just make sure I have. No, what? It's not loading systems. Main menu. Yeah, that's so weird. Is it because it's initial scene? Like main is still running. If we're not the server, it's supposed to switch scene menu. Or scene manager. And it's supposed to be switching scene to menu with the text that we're switching the scene to this res file. But it doesn't. It doesn't finish. Why? Right, let's string scene path. Call the bird. Oh, on the tree. Get tree called the bird. Oh, okay. Right. Because the scene won't exist anymore. Right. Which will say get tree, scene change to file. Oh, this makes it on the tree. Okay. The basics. Yeah, even then. Yeah, why does it have trouble? Yeah, especially in whether it's not. You lie to me, ChatGPT. You lie. Yeah, get tree, call the verb, change scene, and then the name of the file. Where I'm sitting. Oh my god, I'm being an idiot and not running game sync. We're reaching the threshold of tiredness. No? What is wrong with name of change scene? Let's just say get rid of changing the file for the scene. Maybe it can't do this logic because we're calling it deferred. Yep. Yeah, this myth is not found because it should not be. It should just be called deferred. No, I'm thinking. Alright, so if I go online on one, I'm logging at Revere. Okay. Set up the server. Okay. Go to multiplayer. Join as test. But I am Revere, technically, as far as my count goes. So I should see Rav's place. If I unlock Rav's place logs in. Okay, so Rav's place was supposed to spawn in. Right, so I don't see that. So let's go and lock it again. Folks will be able to unlock it again. We're attempting to do our item port. Interesting. And maybe it's not a big deal if you know what I mean? If it's single player right now, that still works. Obviously, they don't see the other person's head, but it does work. But they're not seeing that person's placeholder items. But at least we can. Yeah, because we're not actually. So do I need this? All right, let me check what the uptime is. Yeah, we're 4 hours. All right, I'm gonna get ready. We're gonna raid someone. I'm gonna end the stream for today. Thank you guys for tuning in. I'll end it here on YouTube, but just remember, guys, if you're interested in helping a project, check out patreon.com/monolithic. It's the best way you can help. And you know, other than joining the Discord and maybe like just offering suggestions and things like that. I know builds are done. continuously. So $5 you get access to the builds, $10 you get your own habitation module in the initial, station that we're working on. Even though that's not deliverable right now, but that's kind of the gist. That's how it goes. Right, $5 get access to the builds. $10 you can customize your own little hab. Obviously, everybody can do that when the game's done. But there'll be like a Patreon station for just patrons. So, kind of the idea of our own little community of backers. So feel free to check that out. I'm going to end it here on YouTube. Get ready to raid someone. And